Oh, what the heck? Round me, it's so hard to be. It's all clean. And it was definitely not because of me, because our cleaners came by today, but it's fucking sick. Everything is clean. It's actually phenomenal. I'm so happy right now. You know when they say clean space, clean mind, I'm in that moment right now. I'm in the zone. But Toast and Cheese, welcome back for 17 months. Nubcake, welcome back for 30. Welcome to the stream, guys. Today's going to be a relatively short stream. I know what you're saying. Wow, that sucks. I blocked off my whole day for this, Scarra. I was waiting for you for 20 hours for you to stream. No, you weren't. No, you didn't. You didn't fucking do that. Shut the fuck up. Welcome to the stream. We're going to play some TFT. I need to get some games in. I have a need for TFT, and we're probably going to play it all day. Short stream, that's fine. Haven't I been streaming 8+ hours every day for you guys? For no other reason, okay? Just for you guys. Yeah, my bank account has grown bigger in those days, but that doesn't mean anything. It's really just for the love of you guys and the love of the game. You used to stream for 18 hours? That's not even true, man. It was 12+ though. Panda Bun, thank you so much for gifting 1 sub to Vic. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. I literally did, bro. You did not, okay? Did you know the jump damage in BG3 involved weight and height? Someone dropped out a 31 millimeter clip as Albert 800. That is so funny, actually. In the water so deep. Do you watch Baldur's Gate 3 10-minute speedrun? I have not. A legit kind of insane that's possible. Yeah, I have no idea how it's a good ending, right? Because I'm assuming there's like bad endings. Like I got a bad ending where my party died into a god, but like I'm assuming it's an ending where like it's good. Oh, it's a bad one. Oh, interesting. I'm happy that there's something like that in the game. Honestly, I look at this game and I just think, why can't all games be like this? What's stopping other people from doing this? And I know some of it's money, some of it's people, but it's like, I feel like other games have had infinite money and infinite people, you know? But yeah, I'm addicted. What should I do? Dude, here's what you do. If you're addicted to Baldur's Gate 3, the only way you're going to get out is to start another campaign. If you're already too deep, a third one will be like, it'll be the one to stop the addiction. Please don't spoil. I'm not spoiling shit. Ooh, ban the cafeteria. Isn't it more feeding into addiction? That's the thing about addicts. 99% of them stop before it becomes a solution. I'm playing 1 solo campaign, 1 co-op, 2-player campaign, 1 full squad campaign. Wow. Look, I'm starting another campaign next week, okay? I don't know if I'm going to end any of these campaigns, but whatever happens, I'm happy I did them. Playing solo because I have no friends. You know what? If you're having fun, that's all that fucking matters, man.
Try not to slow me down.
The Wednesday ham campaign still going? Yeah. Is it Wednesday? What was it, Wednesday or Thursday? Hold on. I actually need to know. It's Wednesday. Tomorrow at 7:30.
Where there is evil, I shall go.
Bro. Let me just see this real quick. Robo? Fireland. Memory Warlord.
Try not to slow me down.
It's weird. I don't think I can make 10 here. I have changed my idea for wanting to make 10 here. Well, fuck, I'm playing Transfusion. Maybe I should just make 10 here. Fuck, I don't... Why did I not make 10 here?
A vital decision.
Next breath, my fearless.
The world will fall to darkness, but Noxus will remain. They will feel pain they've never imagined.
Deathblade Samara GG. That's a GG. Free 5 streak? Look at the first person I played against, man. Stars are born. Oh, I still won. Yikes. Yikes. Oh, yikes. He lost with fucking... Oh my god. Bro, I want to hit, What? The fuck? What the f... He still lost.
The Shadow Isles are just the beginning.
I will restore Freljord's greatness. Keep your enemies close, and me close.
He got fucking... I am... That's so crazy. I don't even know if it's good enough to win. But I will say, by the way, that guy should not play for Poppy Maokai if he know... Oh wait, actually he can't. He has to keep rolling. Fuck. Can he not just go up? I don't think so. Fuck.
This land was
Sending some real? Hell no. I'm sending fast 8. I'm sending fast 8 Aphelios carry. Except for I can't because they took my rod. So I guess I'm sending myself 8th. Wait, I think this guy actually doesn't even do well. If that was Kale, what you could do is you could skip frontline and do fine, but you can't do that in that situation, right?
Justice will be served.
Did former Pro Chris really do well in Streaming Cup? Yeah, he's always been in the TFT. No, he cast it again. Wait. Wait. Farming more gold, baby. Yes. Okay. Okay. Where do I get my glasses from? I have this brand, or I got it from a Korean store, and it's a Korean brand called. I was about to say Blue Lock, but that's not what it's called. Something that starts with a B. Blue Block. Okay, it's fuck, man. It's a Korean brand. I really like it actually. They look clean. Thank you. I really like them. I think they're really nice. Dude, Stars Are Born is the most broken shit ever, man. What is this board? How does he have Karma too? What? This guy has Jinx too. He waited with Stars Are Born to get Jinx? Oh my god, man. I think...
Witness the strength of Noxus.
Holy moly. What the fuck? Holy fuck.
This is very exciting.
Okay, the only real question is I could go Shurima here for Akshan carry, or I could just go straight into Aphelios. I think Aphelios is a little bit safer, but I end up having to slam Morello here, which is not the worst thing I could do. Been fun watching you guys water. Thank you. This guy can't use spat. Yeah, I know. Well, I mean, it technically can because you can just run Juggernaut. But I know. Dude, I want to go late game specialist so fucking bad. Or Indomitable Will is so good too. Baldur's Gate upload on YouTube? No, but there will be. This is good later. This is good now. Like, how strong do I think I am? Can Samira actually fast 9? I feel like she can't. I think I'm only 8 regardless this game, right? I don't think she can fast 9.
Demacia, now and forever.
love Demacia. It's the only place I've been.
It's fine then. For sure, I'm just gonna go Aphelios. I don't know if I like it, but my items are like. Can you think of better Aphelios items? I'm pretty sure I have like insane Aphelios items. Go 9 Soju special, bro. Soju's at 700 LP today, man. Look, I'm not gonna make fun of him for that because I'm at like 100 LP, but I need to be following Dish Soap, you know.
It's the only place I've been.
Had a fun game with Deadeye 4. Yeah, I'm thinking I just played Deadeye 4, but if I do that, I just have to go TG here for Urgot, and I feel like Urgot TG kind of blows. 100 LP is generous. I'm about to have less after this. I can't. This guy's 100 streaking. Let me play this guy. Let me play this guy. I'm so curious. That guy's board does not seem good. I'm willing to fucking bet the farm on that shit. Yeah, I have a legendary Samir. Is this unit getting nerfed next patch? Please tell me yes. Please tell me Mort shattered her fucking kneecaps. Or like, you know, she's wearing one eye patch, make her wear two. Like, I would like not to play against that unit next patch. She got it, great. Armor can't go below 0, great. Wait, no one wants that, right? Surely. Don't do it, you bitch. Oh, he's got another Stork Spat? Fuck. This is the only way I could use Spat, so sure. If Kara's 3-star, I feel this without healing her item hurts. I mean, yeah, but that's true for Ahri players as well. I think with Aphelios, you don't have to. You just don't care about that shit. He's at 6 karmas. Damn, 6 karmas already. Is it even that bad to play? Like, I'm probably gonna have to slam Juggernaut Spat this game, and that's okay. Like, I don't even care. Like, I feel like Juggernaut Spat is, like, not that bad. The biggest problem with Juggernaut Spat is actually that... Wait, this guy, I wanted to hit last round, and he tear 2 this fucking round. Like, what? Well, I think I still win. He has a 1-cost legendary unit. I have a 2-star legendary unit. So 1 is obviously better than 2.
Always rises to the top.
I've heard Lux where armor can't go below 0. I don't really think it was going below 0 that many times. Except for maybe early game. I feel like that nerf doesn't really do anything, right? Call me crazy, but isn't that nerf like whatever? Yasuo 2? I'm not even gonna slam Juggernaut. Rise and Yasuo 2. Like, what the fuck, man? I think I still win. Nope, I lose. Did not think that would hit my backline, but it did. I leveled for streak and I lost it. Well, that kind of sucks. That kind of blows.
We are vengeance.
I forgot I didn't have a challenger. What the hell? Oh my god, could have been so much stronger. Wait, how does this the guy hit Yasuo and Rise? The Rise gives him econ, by the way. He's playing Sork Spat, he just randomly hits 6 Ionia. What?
Ionia. The place was so damn quiet before I came along.
How do I have no items here? I mean, I can do this, I guess. I'm about to slam fucking Locket here, man. This guy is still playing. His board hasn't really changed since stage 2-1. Wow. Big board's really strong. I mean, I think I'm doing fine. I'm just trying to greed really hard here, but pretty sure this does not work. Does BF even do anything for me? That doesn't, I want a combat augment, man. An actual combat augment. Fuck off, man.
There will be peace in the Freljord. I will forge it.
Should do this, and I play for TG on Urgot, I guess. Ooh. Ooh. This guy has Heimer and 8 Karmas. Damn, I fully capped on Noxus. That's kind of funny.
Demacia must lead by example.
Wait, he has 2 Heimers? He has 2 Heimers and an Ari. What the fuck? This OTV, we have no idea, man. Oh, he has unstable with these items. Does it even matter? Oh, it does. My guy is like literally no life. I might be able to play double Juggernaut here if I'm thinking. Let me think. It would be kind of a waste, I think. Yeah, I don't really want to do double Jug. I don't know what the next OTV video is, but I know what the next OTV video is, if that makes sense. I think I know what it is. And if it's what I think it is, there is a video from Japan that hasn't come out yet that is going to be a fucking incredible video. And I have been waiting for something like that. There's a video that is from Japan that I really want to watch. Personally want to watch.
I am Storm's reckoning.
The shadows.
For great science.
I need to replace a lot of my board. A lot of my board's shit. Playing Galio because it's better than alternatives, man.
Knock knock. Vengeance calling.
The thing is, I don't even need Ash anymore with this Heimer, I'm pretty sure. Or that, or I run triple Mechano. I need to get some of this shit out. This is gone. This is gone. We'll put this here. Put this here. This here. Do this for now. This is fine.
Any volunteers to charge blindly into a storm of souls?
What is strength if you do not use it?
The massive. Now and forever.
Should be more Ash, but kind of in a weird spot because I feel like,
Shireen is not of this time.
Can I get Shrink already, please? Okay. Oh, it's not bugged. Oh, until next patch? Wait, really? I thought it's fixed. But is it still bugged? Fuck, man. What do I put it on? Sedge? I guess. Is it 3 targets? 4 targets. Heimer. I need frontline, I think. I need frontline. I need the extra. The HP is very relevant on my frontline. This for sure. Fuck. I'm not a huge fan of this, but it's okay, I guess. Like, honestly, I feel like my Urgot is really important in this comp, and I should probably try to keep him alive. Okay, my bench is rather interesting. This guy flipped on me correctly. Holy fuck. Also, this guy's Karma 3 with Invokers. Really, I don't think I could beat this guy. I hope I kill enough of the front line that it's good. Oh. Damn, that's Zephyr owing me here. I don't think I'm dead, right? I can in 7th here is insane. Holy fuck, man. Heimer 2. Like, aren't these guys so fucking strong, man? Heimer. Oh, I'm facing Ghost. It's this, right? Is Aphelios? I think Aphelios just that's not playable without combat augments. Like, my bad for trying. Like, honestly, I should have known. I really should have known, I feel. Like, I knew it was sus, and I still went for it. Because I think you really need, like social distancing or something to just make you have a little bit more power. Whether it's pumping up or something, I think this unit is just not strong enough by itself. I feel this feels bad. I mean, really? Like, look at my Aphelios items. What would you even replace? Deathblade BIS. Rage is BIS. You would replace this with Guardbreaker or something? Or another Deathblade? But, like, this can't be anything but, like, the second best build. You know? GS? I mean, why? I think it's kind of the same fucking thing. Double Rage Blade only works if your front line is good. My front line is not that good. Freljord? I have Shred, bro. I think the only thing I need is for this unit to be Zeri. And that's not my fault. That's the game's fault. That's a balancing issue, right? Like a 5th from here is so illegal, man. Yeah, I have Shrink. Yeah, it's not my fault. I just messed up and I should have realized the game is not balanced. That's my bad. I'm gonna go play some ads. I just need combat augments. Never playing that shitty unit again, man. You hear Ivory Tower game design. It's where you intentionally put garbage options in the game to make good players feel good. Your Furious gave you joy to the people who top for it. Oh man, I'm like Santa Claus, dude. I literally gave those other 4 people Christmas presents. So if you feel it's that bad, just don't play without combat augment. That's my only thing. Like, I think it's terrible. Real Go Gamer, what about for 68 months? I mean, just look at that game. Like, do you think I should have lost all those rounds? Yeah, I agree. My front line wasn't upgraded. I do agree it was a little sus. But like, it's like the damage he does is just not good. I'll play these boards are really strong stage 3, 4. Yeah, but like, you think my board was that bad? I mean, I don't know, man. It's whatever. I'm telling you, if I played Zeri from that position, I would have won. I would have top 4 that game. Guaranteed. I'm not even kidding. I would have won. Or maybe, I probably don't win that game. I have no combat logs, but I would have top 4 it. It's fine. It's like, I understand. Dude, when Milk is like, this game's not balanced, I'm like, yeah, I don't know, man. And then after that game, I'm like, yeah, you're right. Just count the amount of Azirs and Aphelios you see in your game that can carry. I'm not touching those units till next patch, man. I'm getting fucking owned.
A little something from Targon.
Everything do for you. And the thing is, I have a game plan, guys. I deviated. I'm playing Vladimir. Vladimir is a open fort. You lose streak till 3, whatever, and you're good. What the fuck is this?
How's that for a Vandal City beatdown?
Fuck, I can't make 10 gold because of this. Wait, I got scammed. Wait, I actually got scammed here. What? I don't want this, man. I'm trying to open fort into Targon Prime. Tell me why. What if I could duplicate your enemies' benches? Like, yo, give me that echo, man.
Keep your enemies close, and me close.
Dude, I actually have a pretty decent karma opener. But the thing is, last game, that guy is only able to do karma because... I feel like that guy doing karma there was crazy. The thing about invokers is you're not going to do well late game unless you hit karma 3. And it's like kind of hard. Like I'm down to sell this to pick up Soraka, and we'll see where it go, but it is not like, I would say, relatively likely. I could have made 10 there. I'm
Never a stale moment.
doesn't kill you. You know this is terrible, right? Well, terrible might be a stretch, but I did not like it when I tried playing it before.
Keep your enemies close, and me closer.
If you're stacking, it makes sense. No, it doesn't even make sense. I have another... Like, okay, I'll put it this way. How much gold do you reasonably expect to make from that augment? And how many items do you reasonably expect to get? You cannot... If you lose 15 times in one game, you are probably dead. Like, we just put that out there. So, you lose 10 times, which is, by the way, a fuckload to lose. Like, I don't go into games planning to lose 10 times. That is a lot. A lot. So, you're expected to get 1 item, 2 items, okay? Like, in the place was secure, and let's say 20 gold. 2 items and 20 gold for a gold augment that happens over time. Do you think that is good? I do not think that is good. I think that is ass. If you're gonna sack, it's better to play transfusion, especially because you can't guarantee losses the other way. Its opener is not the best. Since your 10, 20, 30, 40 comes with faster. I would say as an opener, it's really bad because the gold augments that give econ give it immediately. So like econ wise, you're better just taking rich get richer, just straight up. You'll get as much, if not more money, guaranteed. The items do have value though. I will admit that like perfect value wise, you might get some really interesting stuff item wise. I also will admit if you can guarantee loss streaks with 1 unit or like losses with 1 unit, it is not bad. It's pretty good actually, like 1 or 2 units. I have never been able to find someone who can ride that line, especially given that people want to open it a lot right now and play Piltover. Rich Get Richer has a worse average placement last time? Yeah, maybe. Thought you Thorin's highlight of Legends? Oh, interesting. I did not see that. I'm Anvil Pro. If I lost, that would be better. I think that would definitely increase the value of it. For sure. And it's definitely just like a numbers thing, right? At some point, it is very good. This motherfucker just wasted my time, man. Like, for sure. At some point, it's just a numbers thing. Is 3 items too much? Is 4 items too much? 4 for sure is broken, right? But like, if you can get it twice as fast, twice as many items, then is 3 items, or like, is it if it's every like 4 rounds instead of 5? Would it be broken? Maybe, actually. It'd be very close. Yeah, I think that is a little bit away from doing well. Also, I do admit Rich Get Richer is considerably bad. So maybe comparing it to Rich Get Richer is not great. I don't know. When I play that augment, it feels bad. Unless you're able to like perfectly craft your board, kind of deal. That would comp in mind, when you play Transfusion, you pretty much can only play 3 comps. You're pretty much playing Zeri, Samira, Phelios, and that's it. I don't think sort comps can come back from deficits because they tend to be a lot stronger mid game and don't cap out as easily because you need Ari to cap. Gold econ augments in general are bad. Yeah, I think the gold has a lot of really strong combat augments. Like, know thy enemy is like fucking disgusting. Also, it's like stuff like this, patient study, out econs econ augments. Like, when you look at how much gold value it is to gain 2 XP or 3 XP, it's 20 gold or 30 gold, right? Of econ. It's actually kind of wild. That it's like, it's weird because I feel like gold econ fall behind stuff like silver econ augments. Because silver has some great econ augments. It has like even that one of all 1-cost units is like 11 or 13 gold or something. That's crazy. The AFK is crazy. Like all of them are pretty good.
I may be merciful, but Targon isn't.
Shurima seems okay with Transfusion. Shurima is just playing Akshan. And Akshan is, yeah, Akshan's good. Like, I don't think you can play, like, you can't really play Shurima, which is like Azir. Like, Azir essentially is a supplemental unit. The prismatic econ augments are actually crazy. Like, Tiniest Titan is technically one of those. That thing is fucking absurd. That is an overtuned augment at 2-1. Very, very good. If given the option, I would take that augment every game. Just straight up. I see you've come back to me. Crawling on the ground, come back to me, huh? Look at this. 7 Shurima is good. No. The thing of 7 Shurima is a very interesting idea. Am I losing this? I mean, I hope I do, but I don't think I do. One unit loss is fucking amazing. Bruiser heart. This is a ridiculous econ augment, by the way. It is a lot of gold. A lot more than I thought when I originally was playing it.
There will be peace in the frail world. I will forge it.
I miss the darkness of the void.
This can go in next, actually. I think 7 Shurima is only good because like Akshan is such a good carry and Shurima scales really well with spats, if that makes sense. 8 gold max, it's 11 gold for a silver. There's 11 one cost if I remember correctly. It's 11 or 13, it's a lot. I thought it wasn't that many. It's 13, so it's 13 gold. Which is way better than you would think. Because I did not think it was 13. Yeah. You thought it was 7 or 8, right? I thought it was like 11. Eve way better than having Vi? Nope, 2 Pruges is way better.
I will restore Freljord's greatness.
Down for this though. Silver Spoon attack speed is 10 gold? Yeah, but so it's worse than, or it's better than Silver Spoon. 13 is great. And gold is better than raw XP because you get more options to use it, right? It's strictly better than Silver Spoon. I don't know if you can get it at 2. Can you get missed connections at 2-1? I don't think so, right? So it's only a 3-2 augment? Or 4-2? Someone with Tiny Titans? What did they? Oh shit, they did. You can get that 2-1? I think it's pretty good 2-1 then. Ladies and gentlemen, we have hit our spike. The lobby is fucked. Oh, Urgot plus this is too good. The thing is, the funniest fucking thing is, I can play Aphelios from this position. I have double combat augments. If I hit Aphelios too, I'm okay playing it. You know how misconnections 3-2 and 3-4-2? Yeah. Yeah, I think 2-1 would be so good. I think for 3-1 is not bad. I'm going to the Vegas event, more than likely, yes.
This is very exciting.
No, I forgot to fucking put this in. Fuck, it's fine. Level I'm rolling on, it should be 7, but I might do a greed thing and go 8 here because I just got gold. I say fuck it, I'm just gonna come back with like 0 gold or with 0 life this game. Like, look at my gold. But then look at my life. I'm starting to get to that point where I'm like, well, Oh, it's fucking Robo. All right, I'm switching cops. Oh. Robo Exo? Holy fuck, man. GG, it's a first. I don't know about that, but it is definitely not bad. You know, I think I won. Damn, you're telling me I can win with Zeri? That's fucking crazy. What? What? Oh, she just chat's called me a chat. Wait, why? What did I do? Well, I haven't even done anything yet. Well,
Now and forever.
we hit Armistice. Whoa, whoa, whoa! We hit level up 4-2. You're thinking small. We hit level 4-2. I'm level 9, Zeri 5. Urgot 12. And the game's over. I'm playing Zeri. I got tier. What?
There will be peace in the Freljord.
Tier
I will for
Rod. Sure. We have to do this, right? I'm actually greeting this so hard, by the way. Gilboy's good. It's alright. It's not bad. I never really worry about, like, I think the way I see it is like with with Rageblade, you're gonna want to have kind of elongated fights. So a lot of times, like I've seen people do Last Whisper over Rageblade, and it's fine. But when you have Transfusion, I feel like you want to elongate the fights a little bit. Just give it to me. Just give it to me. I have 130 gold here. Oh my god. Saw me?
Gone is the future.
For the Freljord.
I will rule the Freljord.
Dawn's future Demacia, now and forever.
No bow here kind of suck ass, man. It's overcharge Robo. It does true damage. So the true damage is the Robo per auto attack.
No, just that.
Heimer's kind of broken. I'm kind of down to play Heimer over Ashe here.
great science.
Don't with me every fight. This time's no different.
I actually think Heimer's so expensive, but like sometimes I feel like Heimer's broken. A lot of times I feel like Heimer's broken. I don't usually like Shrinko, but I'm kind of down for it here. Oh, I should switch the EXO. Shit, I forgot. I forgot. I have fucking Jarvan too. I'm definitely switching the EXO. I'm probably getting rid of this then, right? Titan Dragon's big. Yeah, yeah. He has so much healing too off adaptive. So much healing. I really want Mechano. There we go. I think you frontline this and you EXO this. How many are gone?
The void has breached this place.
I am not even kidding you. I am down to just roll infinitely until I hit oh, that's such a good ulti. To hit Zeri too. I want to keep the streak essentially, and the streak is worth like all of my gold. This guy's 9, he's dead. Wait, I killed him. Oh, so you got late game specialist pace to learn, and he tried to go 9. He didn't hit anything.
Victory awaits.
Very unfortunate.
Is not of this time.
I won't be denied.
Mr. got 12. I mean, there's 3 Zeris. This guy has 2 Zeris. I just need Zeri 2. That's it. And I can hold. Erotic Zeri, well, I think you can go 9 without Zeri. I think so too, but I think it's better just to roll here. Especially because you had Sedge Pair as well. But now that you don't have Sedge Pair, now I probably don't roll. I think Sedge Pair made the difference for sure. You go Echo for gold. I want to keep Saber for Warwick. It is a very minor upgrade, but I think it's worth more than the 1 gold I'm getting. But yeah, now I don't think you can roll. I have the 3 best augments in the game. Exo, Adaptive, this. This would be better as the Explosion mod, but unfortunately I didn't get that one. So I have... But this one's actually really good with Scion. It's broken. So you kind of just chill. I have 2 combat augments, and this. The combat augs are great, so no problem. Please give me like a Hodge here, or like an IE here. QSS, you know what? We will take those. They're removing the silent interaction? Yeah, because it's broken, man. Ob's not getting nerfed? Good. Good. Like, Zon is so overtuned. Seem good, great, and in good form and mentality. It's really pleasant, makes you happy. Thank you. Oh. Is that true? I will say, even if it was true, you just... As a streamer, it's my duty not to bring a shitty vibe onto the stream. So, if that makes sense. I'm playing against another Zeri 3, man. Bulk Zeri 3? Oh boy. I think it's fine. Oh, hell yeah, Urgot, you're a beast. Yeah, keep healing, baby.
So much from failure.
The toxic streamers, I mean, but that's their entertainment. Like, they don't bring, even if they're toxic, a lot of them don't bring in, like,
We are vengeance.
I'll do it to hit econ here. I made 1 gold. That's broken? I don't know if he's broken. I think Zon's just broken. Six on Exo. He had the same exact augments as me. Oh, he had Virulent. With Virulent, you kind of have to play Sedge, I think. Oh, it's playing Zeri 1? Yeah, bro, I don't know, man. Is it my fault? I forced to play this stupid Zeri unit, man. Oh my god! I killed... He almost one-shot the AD there. Good shit, man. 6 on, 6 on, 6 on are my top 3. What's better, BioWare or Robotic? I mean, Robotic's better. Almost every... But Virulent's not bad. Dude. Please? I wish I could take off this QSS, but I can't. So, I just have a random IE that I'm going to give to some random person. Don't worry, they let me hit. They couldn't stop me, okay? I want to make that very clear. When you say they let me hit, who's stopping me? The 3 Zeri players are the top 3, and I'm first to pick. Who's stopping me? It was on Jinx? Oh. It's such a small DPS increase. I'd rather just hold on to it. Oh, and I hit first place player after I hit Zeri too. Wow, he is not happy. I am not happy. He fucking won this? How much is this? Dude, it's because he has fucking Scion, man.
Now and forever.
Oh yeah, flip this to not get attack speed slowed. The real question is, wow, I can't believe this guy beat me. Huh. I guess he's only 10 gold, and so this guy's 10 gold, this guy's 0, but he's level 9, and this guy's 0 gold, level 8. So I have the highest chance of capping my board with this guy. Okay.
volunteers to charge blindly into a storm of souls?
Dance with me every fight. This time's no different.
Shurima is not of this time.
For great science!
My Runeterra will be beautiful.
Everything I fucked up, by the way. I don't know what take item I could have gotten on this unit, but I should have bought it. Well, that's a great driver ulti.
So much from failure.
If I sound rude, it's because I've got a world to save.
Fitty chinks. 7-2's better. Don't worry, I'll hit. I'm worried that she's attacking this first, but I'm hoping that it'll be okay.
Yes.
I wonder if Scion's already better. I don't think no without an attack speed item. Fuck, I wanted to move this here. Yes, Bruiser. But it's a level 1 unit, man. Pretty sure Jarvan's better. No way he gets Scion 2 for free like this. He actually just got a free out.
Yes.
This will put a wrench in their plans.
Hoping Heimer can carry my endgame here. But yeah, him getting Scion 2 is crazy. Like, I am kind of sad about it. I feel like I got cheesed almost because of it, but we'll see. Oh, GG, I won. I think this is 10. I think this is 10. Yeah, GG. I just had good positioning. I was always on Zeri's side with my Urgot, and my Zeri Urgot was stronger than his Zeri Urgot, which is really good. Me want ain't nothing but heartache. Ooh, 46 for first. Wait, that's a good amount of points. Okay, all right. We'll play some ads. On to the next game. Yeah, back to 100. Let's go for 2. Dodging the pie, bro. I think my LP is not high enough to play the pie, man. Are you happy these days? I think you will never get a serious answer out of people if you ask them that and you're not close to them. Because I used to ask people that, and then I realized you're not, like, it's not a guarantee. In fact, I would generally say it's not even a good question anymore. You feeling frosty fresh? Okay, yeah, you know what? Now I'm feeling good. Your favorite legend? I think my play style is best to play Transfusion, because I tend to open a lot in stage 2. The best is probably somewhere between Vlad, Urf, Caitlyn, Ornn. Wait, did we get University? Yeah, we did. Taking a daily dose of crocodile. That shit is so. I look. My mom gave it to me. I'm not gonna just throw it away, but it's currently in my restroom, not being applied. Why? He's been slacking the last 3-4 days. Wait, are you talking? Oh, Soju. Oh, that's what I'm saying.
Try not to slow me down.
The guy is slacking. Your gear addiction. I actually really like playing Yi, but I think when you play Yi, you have to win streak some games, and I don't like that. Winning, I'm allergic to winning on stage 2.
Keep your enemies close, and me closer.
How to make Triss reroll work? I don't know. I feel like Triss rework needs a little. Like here's the thing about Triss rework. You need to roll a reroll, a gold or a reroll thing to get Triss 3 as well as 3 other 3-stars, right? But without combat augments, she's not strong enough to beat other comps. So you're kind of in a weird situation where it's like, I feel like her best thing is probably pumping, but like you can't really afford to go pumping, if that makes sense.
A vital decision.
Dude, look at these items, man. Oh, he got Wandering Trainer. What do you get? Ionia, Deadeye, Freljord. Wow, he can just ignore this and play Samira. Is really good spot. Oh.
Name's Samira. Try not to slow me down.
I'm going in.
Let's start the show.
That's insane, dummy. I mean, is it? I feel like it's not that insane. It's whatever. You want an insane dummy? Have the dummy start out Bruiser, and you will have the most insane dummy possible. If you're playing something like, I don't know, Bruiser Freljord, that shit is fucking crazy. Because then your Wandering Trainer gets so much health. Like a disgusting amount of HP. Do I not sell this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Just sell. No reason pretending. Oh, Bastion's pretty nice. Yes, that's true. But Bastion's weird because it's not as flexible as Bruiser, I think. Cause like don't get me wrong, there are good Bastion comps. They're just rare, so I don't play them a lot. Like the Bastion of Helios is a pretty good comp, and it's just like, yeah. You go, bro. The Bruiser is free with Sedge. Huh? Oh yeah. Oh, Jug is not. I don't think Jug is great. I don't know what the best third one would be. Maybe Void, just get a free mini Void. Seems a little bad. Transfusion 3 is about 600 HP given a full loss, but like you're probably never getting to that full loss. I mean, this guy is playing double Noxus, and he has, oh wow, what an opener.
The world may fall to darkness, but Noxus will remain.
I fucking didn't click my units fast enough. Wow. Well, that's really embarrassing. It's fine.
A new journey.
Can you give me some advice? I want to become a streamer. My best advice is don't. But if you really want to, then come back to me after you've streamed once, or like did a week of streaming. Then you'll have a lot better questions. The hardest part about streaming or doing anything is doing it for the first time. I think that is very, like, more important than anything else, actually. Wait, that's a monster. He did the in-between cut? I am not. I'm too much of a pussy to try that. But you can cut in between the units on the carousel if you're a fucking beast. That guy did that. That's crazy. Aram Chump, thank you so much for gifting 10 subs. God bless you. Wow, you're fucking so nice. Thank you so much. One, two, three, four, 5, 6. So I came here. I streamed for almost 2 weeks. Oh, interesting. Okay.
This is very exciting.
If I can kill a unit, it's a dub. I cannot kill a unit. Fine, whatever. Take 5. Like, to be a good streamer is very difficult because you could be a good streamer and have no, like, you could be a entertaining streamer and have no viewers. Like, just straight up. That is very possible. It's like yeah, a lot about being a streamer is not about the actual streaming portion. The streaming part might be the easiest part or the most enjoyable part about streaming. The hard part is actually doing everything else. The social media, for everything is way more annoying. Yeah, you can't really get great discovery on Twitch. So you have to go to like TikTok, YouTube to make a career. But on top of that, it's also just kind of annoying. I killed a unit. It's a dub. Maybe 2 units? Oh no. probably have to keep this. Probably have to keep this. For over 2 weeks, I have over 20 viewers. That seems pretty solid. I mean, it's not a competition, you know? I'm not going to tell you what's good or not. But I will say also it's a profession that's rather difficult. Yeah, it's kind of just tough sometimes. I will like, I don't know.
The strength of Noxus.
Oh, 2-star here. It's not good for mental health. Well, I generally feel like it might be, but it's impossible to balance, if that makes sense. Like, I don't think the people who can balance, I don't know. It's definitely something that requires a lot of, you have to be clocked in kind of deal. Some is also knowing people, which helps with discovery. I've seen very snore-worthy streamers get 1 to 2K consistently because they're in a circle. I've always thought that this was a weird complaint. It's like, yeah, I think there are some people because then you're talking about who deserves viewers, right? Isn't that a weird thing? Because you think people who are more entertaining, which is a subjective thing, should deserve more viewers than other people, correct? That's what you're trying to say. I feel like that's just a weird stance. Because, like, even that argument, it's like, yeah, you have to know people. If you know people, you get more of a benefit. That's true for any profession. That is doubly true for other professions.
Guess we're fighting.
Probably 2 not worth it here. It's not better than anything I could put in, honestly. I think it's worse than Vi. Well, it might be, it's slightly better than Vi, but I just wouldn't put it in. I'm just, give me a second. I'm trying to fucking think about this. The reason why is I think with dedication, it's really, you're guaranteed 6 on, right? But I think I'm trying to get the highest value from it, which I think is also, you at some point put in 4 bruisers. And then if you can fit 4 juggernauts, it's really nice. But that's probably, and 4 gunner? Fuck. That is so hard. Okay, let me think.
I will restore Freljord's greatness.
I don't know why this is on my bench. I'll be honest, my bad. Another guy, but being obtuse is not logical. Being not obtuse is logical. It's just annoying to see someone in the spotlight winning because they're entertaining similar to Nepo babies or media plants. Sure, but to say that that's a streaming thing is weird. You know, I think that's just a human thing. I have a problem with it because on some level, I feel like a lot of people think, I don't know, it's the people who think like, who talk about networking in that weird way. I don't know how else to explain it. I don't know how to explain what I'm talking about. But there's some people who think like, oh, I don't know. Give me 1 second though to try to figure out what the hell I'm doing though. I'm down to just hold on to this. Fuck, I'm just playing Hodge, Jazeri. It's unfortunately a lot more luck-based based on other forms of content creation being silly worse discovery. I think being a content creator in general is yeah, it's gonna be lucky for sure. Like no one's gonna say otherwise. I will say though, this is technically speaking, I think you can be a transcendent creator, but that is like that's not the people you should compare yourselves to.
disgrace.
I feel like, what the fuck? 1 second. I don't even think I should hold this.
Zon's with me every fight. This time's no different.
I am Thorn's reckoning.
Fuck. I can't fucking think about this and play this game at the same time. Give me 1 sec. I hit two fucking legendaries at 7. One of them is useful for my comp. I have to fit in 4 Gunner to get the emblem. I just fit in 4 Zon to get my emblem. I have never ran a successful dedication game. If that makes sense. Wow, this, okay. So good.
There will be peace in the Freljord. I will forge it.
I want to play Fort Bruiser. Dedication more than once? Yes, the first time you play 4 of any. So I want to get 4 Gunner in, and I want to get 4 Bruiser in. And I want to get 4 Juggernaut in. But I think the last 2 are impossible. I should just settle for 4 Gunner and just call it. It's with Seta, it's easy to get the 4 Gunners in without stressing about it. Do I have the shittiest on? No, you play 6 on, man. This boss is kind of sick, by the way. Oh, I have a little too low. Oh, my health is a little sus.
Watch this.
Sorry, I have to redo all of these now. Robo, Hextech, Adaptive. Is it any combat? Player combat. Fuck you, man. You're gonna make it this hard for me? Player combat is so fucking hard, man.
For the living, for the dead.
I don't get Thorn will fight back. Battle, yes.
For the Freljord. I'm going in.
I can't put in. Sorry, I can't put in Tristan without fucking my comp. I would have to sack Scion for 1 round. Oh, but it's so worth it to get 4 Gunner here. Oh, it's so worth it. Shit. I should have played Last Whisper. Fuck, I fucked up everything. Did I fuck up everything? Wait, can you get dedication twice? Is that possible? I thought you could, but people are giving me some weird. Oh, you can't? Oh, okay, never mind. Wait, I thought you could. Wait, I literally was spending the entire time trying to think of how to reposition my bullshit. Then it's actually impossible to play this, right? Oh, then I'm good. That's broken? Wait, I thought that's how you were supposed to play dedication. But I do admit, I think it's broken. Then we go 8 here, I think. Hearthstuck Zeri 1. Palace single eye. Oh, okay, never mind. Wait, I think it would be cool if you could do this, but since it's this, I guess it's a guaranteed spat for the comp you want. I guess it's not that bad. I just fucked my long distance pals. Oh no. Shit. Oh no. I might have lost my fucking streak. I can't afford to lose either. Nah, I'm good. I'm good. Spooky. It'd be prismatic. I think it should be a prismatic, and allow yourself to do that. I think this is kind of boring. Real talk. Why did I take this? Wait. I meant to take the Hodge. Huh. I think I'm trolling. It's probably fine. Because this worked last time? Yeah, but it's like... I mean, BT or Hodge or both? Shut up. I have fucking adaptive implant. He does not need that shit, man. You can build him damage if you want from this position. Actually, the best thing was just to build him damage, because... Oh. I'm thinking about just building him Guard Breaker and maybe go BT last item. Ideally, I would... Like, you would want him to have a shitload of AD. Ideally, I would just take 2 Death Blades here. If you want perfect items. 2 Death Blades. They give Zeri AD, and then I can... make everything else work. I'm not gonna lie, I wish I had QSS on my carry. How many fucking things are there this game? There's just one? Four swords is coming. I mean, from this position, I'd do 2 swords. I play BT IE here, sure. And then I'd take a Warbox here, ideally. Oh, thank God I got another Zeri. Dude, Zeri 1 owns. Scion, this is so broken. Why is this allowed, man? I take this, I just streak for free. Oh, if I get 4 swords, I'm down. I'll literally just slam all 4 swords and then slam like a fucking Zephyr and I'm done. I mean, probably I would maybe look for something else, though. 4 swords is okay.
Welcome to Zon.
That's a weird one.
I am Zorn's reckoning.
Oh, How do I want to do this? This is kind of weird. Last respect, yeah, but I mean, I was gonna put in Freljord, so I don't really want it. I actually think I guess we do this. I'm not for QSS. It's not bad if you have another damage item. Like, ideally, I would just have 3 Titans. Oh, okay. As long as this is Palace do combat start, I think Titans is pretty bad when you're doing long distance, but it's okay. Because it means that Zeri gives her stats, but whatchamacallit? Zeri gives him stats, but Urgot does not give it in reverse, because it takes a while for the Titans to stack. He eventually becomes great, but then it takes too long. Yeah, at least he gives her some armor and Mar. It's not that bad. I was hoping to find the Echo. I might have rolled over it, though. Probably did. What did this guy end up playing with Wandering Trainer? Oh, I Zephyred him. He ended up playing... Oh, he ended up playing just Ionia with Aphelios? Interesting. Well, he played Aphelios, so he's dead. Yeah. He never hit Aphelios. Like, I feel like playing Aphelios in that position is kind of crazy. My Scion did... This is so not balanced, man. Look, I'm desperate. Anything for LP right now, okay? Yeah, there's a reason that's getting removed tomorrow. Yeah, but he didn't even die that round. You used to be one of the good guys. I'm still a good guy, okay? If you look for heroes, if there was like a worldwide hero list, I'd be in the top 100. Maybe top 1,000? Do I just Nico this and sell it for Econ? Because I need to make... I'll hit Econ.
As Ionia changes, so much.
Oh, I got on the wrong side, actually. I'm a little spooked for this. Is this guy strong? He looks kind of strong. Oh, he's dead. I think... Oh! It gave it the jinx! No, man! No, I'm just playing, dude. Fuck, dude. Long distance is actually. Oh no, man, I'm so stupid. This guy looks like he capped already. Like that guy's easy to beat. This guy is a little harder to beat. He's level 9 with Kale. Like that is crazy, man. He got Petricite. Oh wait, so he just owns the Noxus matchup? That's so funny. This guy might get third because I think I'm forced to hit first place this game or this round. I can't even go 9 here. So I still can't make it. 72.
Sean's future's about to get brighter.
I think I can still. Oh, I'm playing Ghost. Oh, I'm. It's chilling. I play Ghost and I play this guy. Oh, I'm chilling. Ghost, I do not think he is strong at all. Yeah, he doesn't get the kill upgrades on Ghost. Ghost is just. Then I play this guy next, and then I'm good. Wait! I fucking can't with this. I give up. I deserve a third place this game. Fuck this game.
Volunteers to charge blindly into a storm of souls?
You should have left home years ago.
This guy thinks I'm gonna move. I'm not gonna move, man. I will say putting Kale on my Urgot side is kind of brave. Because I can't even lock this. I need Scion 2 to win the game. I don't have enough gold to play this. I get rid of Echo here.
Demacia, now and forever. Demacia, now and forever.
I promise you, Heimer is unplayable here. I do not have enough gold to make it good. Exo did 9,000 damage there. No problem. Definitely balanced. Oh, I actually got the kill. That is kind of crazy. You win the 10 leads to 14 win? Yeah, you know how it is. Exo Scion just clenches me top one this game. Without Scion, there's no way I first place. There's actually no way I top 2. I would have died before that. But, you know. Is there a comp you like really if you hit double trouble? The Talia comp is the best Talia double trouble comp. It's fun. Sexo. That's how I feel about that. But the explosion on Aatrox? No. Aatrox doesn't die. He just leaves it does not count as death. It's like temporary death. Gestures pull 1 member 12 months. Thanks to the content, remember? Long distance pounds next round. Thanks, man. We're gonna play some ads. Dude, the more I play this patch, the more I'm like, wow, this patch is so unbalanced. I'm not playing League anymore. Why do I have to play League? Read Late Chase Element? No, I'm not caught up. Last 10 chapters I haven't read, I don't think. Only thing I really hate about this patch is Piltover. Really? I hate a lot of things. Samira, I don't like that, whatchamacallit? I hope the mid set introduces a 5-cost rogue. I'm not even kidding. I think it'd probably be but I don't like that Ophelia sucks. I don't like that. I don't know. I just don't like Rise in general. I hope Rise gets removed. No weird they nerfed Aso. I think they had to. I have an idea with Bando. I have a very interesting idea. Yeah, I feel like this patch has too many I don't like that Azir sucks. I don't know. I watched Safety Soju Tutti Piltover City Yuan. Yeah. Like, I like Piltover. The Piltover rework seems like it was. I fucking hate whoever chose this. If you choose this is worse than choosing Stillwater. You're just boring, man. You have no personality, okay? On your Tinder profile, you say you like The Office. Like, come on, man.
Let's start the show.
All right, it's fine. 2 pairs.
Enemies close. And
You're checking my Tinder profile. I've never had a dating profile, except for I would say Kippo. I made that to support Sean's company though. He doesn't work there anymore. So I have never had a dating profile. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
They will feel pain they've never imagined.
How do I have 6 gold here? I'm fucking stupid. Let's do a TFT duo E-date. I'm good, man. I saw that you thought website tried booking your pie within your dreams. LOL. Yeah, for sure, man. No. No. No, man. Oh. I don't even want any of these. I'm open, man. Fuck, I think this.
Watch this.
Alright. Oh, do I just sell this? Nah, there's no fucking humanly way you sell this shit, man.
enemies and me closer.
I misclicked.
They will feel pain they've never imagined.
I am down to forfeit. I am so down to forfeit.
As we're fighting.
Because I was supposed to level here, actually. But fuck, it's fine. Whatever, man. I hate playing silver, because my entire idea for playing silver, because I open with Renekton so much. That like it doesn't really make much sense, if that makes sense.
Out of my way.
Darkness gathers on the isles from every depth.
Whatever, man. I don't feel like Milio fits the theme of this set. I'll be honest, I never really care if it fits thematically. But I'm sure some people do. Like, I'm not the type. This guy is level 5, man. He fit in an Ashe. He fit in the Renekton 1. Hello? Fine, man. But yeah, I don't really care if it fits.
I will snuff yours out.
I'm sure this is broken. Ixtal is not in. I didn't even know that was a region. Like, that's the thing. I don't really like. I only care if the unit is cool. Like if the unit's cool, thumbs up. It's fine. I'm still 20 here. I'm down 2 gold, but it's okay. Like, since with Gnar. Gnar is one of the first units ever where they made the units, how do I say this? Do a combo, a League of Legends combo. Like the transform into the ulti combo. And I've always really loved units that do that. If that makes sense. I would take the spat, but I legitimately get, like, I would lose so many rounds without this, so it's okay. What other combos would be fun? I mean, they've added some of them. God, I can't even think of it off the top of my head. But they've definitely added combos like that before. Riven? I think they did the whole Riven combo, right? Where they did her E, and then her ulti or something like that. And then they did yeah, the feathers pull. Yeah, they've done combos before. I always think I love those. Oh. Wait, I'm playing against people who play Samira every board. Wow, these guys are cringe. God. Okay, well, Samira Cup was yesterday, right? How many people played Samira? Like the unit on the board. I'm curious. In stage 2. Was it everyone? Everybody. Okay. Ooh, this is not good.
I may be merciful, but Targon isn't.
Whoever they hit, Samira was pretty vocal about it. Yeah, Samira's broken, man. I think this guy would be bad for me. That's not me. You know what I think is pretty good? I think Latent Forge is pretty good, actually. You essentially get a gold value out of it by stage 3. So you stack stage 2, but you get a gold augment. Did I hit a level 5 player every round this game? I hit it on 2-2. I have 70 gold, 1 win. We got 2 Ultra units, 2 Samiras. Is Samira's smart unit? No, it's everyone's unit. She is not monogamous. She definitely gets around. There's a Samira on bench. There's a Samira.
Name's Samira. Try not to slow me down.
And don't come back! I have but one life to give for Ionia. I must make it count.
Do I ever? Okay, I would need to talk to someone. Yo, is Sola's still here? I need a question. I don't know how good Locket is early. Bad? Really? I feel like Locket's real. Like, if I slam Locket here, would it have been that bad? I feel like if there's any time to slam Locket, it's like 2-1 or 3-2. You're not slamming it later. I should save so much life here. Most fun unit to play in this set, it is Garen. For sure. Fuck! I could have played. Fuck! I can't play it. You just take it because I think you're highly likely to hit Jinx too with it.
Victory awaits.
This is slightly better than Garen.
So damn quiet before I came along.
Every step.
Fuck, I'm pretty sure it's Rocket here. The dueling gunners, you think it's good? I don't know how good it is. How many? It's 8 stacks for gunners, right? Is that how it works? So 8. It's 16 plus. It's 21% attack speed for your carry. That's pretty bad. I think it's fine if you can get a gunner spat for this position. That'd be pretty good. If I can get gunner on one person, I think it'll be okay.
Next breath, I fear lust.
But I think most importantly, you can't really look at the stats for that, right? Because even if it's bad, you almost guarantee a Jinx 2 from it, so you have to take it. Because the Jinx 2 allows you to stabilize a lot more than anything else. So even statistically, it's a bad augment. This is like the right play. It's getting 3% more attack speed. Wait, like 3% per stack, or is it 3% like just in total? What's the plan? It's pretty obvious. We're playing Zeri this game. Not 3%? Oh, then it's not that bad. If that makes sense. Like, if it was giga bad, you would be getting 3% total. Oh, great loss. So it's not terrible. No chance it was Ravenous? Nah. After I slammed the BF, there's no chance it was Ravenous. Before, it was possible. But once I slammed Gunblade, it was not. For sure. No chance in hell. Yeah, I would say that buff is not that big of a deal, by the way. Then it's not as bad as you would expect. I mean, I have Gunner at heart. Assuming I can get Gunner next round, it should be fine. You Gunner Urgot and you just go to town with him. Generally speaking, I don't like building defensive items when playing because I play Transfusion, but I'm not playing Transfusion right now. So. I think you have to play Val here. Right? This guy all in at 40 HP. I hope I hit that guy. He is not transitioned correctly or fully, so it's okay. This looks like, looking like a low item game. I don't think I can itemize Urgot this game easily. He just, whatever trash goes on Urgot afterwards is good. He has no Rage Blade. I'm very glad I hit this guy here because he will be super strong next couple rounds. Oh, maybe not that happy. This guy is kind of owning me. It's not the strongest comp. It's one of the strongest comps.
I will rule the Freljord.
Piltover's finest.
Shurima is not of this time.
This sucks. These mods are the worst possible mods ever. I committed to a Zon with... If I don't get Zon emblem at 4-2, I am literally just going to lose the game. Percentage of a person's income should be invested in crypto? 0? You need an Nasus? It's pretty good.
Demacia, now and forever.
Like, I have no items. I have nothing. Where's my shit, man? The worst thing is I need a Zon emblem. I cannot play this comp without one, but it means my gunners are fucking useless. Oh, because you need a gunner emblem.
Yeah! Teamwork! Watch this!
Dawn is the future.
Who needs a beat down?
Dawn's future is about to get brighter. Demacia, now and forever.
I lost.
If I don't kill you, so.
The armor core? Probably check it out. Zon. I lose. I always do this. I'm like thinking about how to play this, and I think I saved the BF for the last item here. I lost. I lost. What is the best item I can make here? Is it Deathblade? No way it goes there. Doesn't matter. I lost the lottery, and I don't think I should have ever went for the lottery in the first place. As soon as I took, I should never take Gunnerheart. I didn't realize how bad it was. All three of my augments were terrible, and it was still okay if I was able to get Zon Emblem, but I wasn't, so I just auto GG. All right, that's fine. Plus mats. Is it patched tomorrow? Wait, hold on. Let me go see. TFT patch notes. Are they out? Is the recent one out now? 6 hours ago. So is this coming out tomorrow? You find it. Oh my god. You find a component will be replaced with a component anvil? Wait, that's such a nice quality of life. Oh, that's really nice. Okay, hold on. Let me read the rest of this garbage. Hall of Knights significantly reduced gold. Okay, that's fair. 2-star unit loot creation not give units equal to what stage? Okay, that's fair. I hate Unstable Rift. I think it's bad. Demacia, oh my god, 7 and 9 are getting buffed? Hell yeah. Okay, that's interesting. There's 6 elites. That's crazy. It's literally a Garen patch. Sona got buffed. Wow. Talia got buffed. Wow. Teemo got buffed. Wow. Shadow Idols got nerfed under 6 Shadow Idols. Okay. Shadow has seen 6 Shadow Idol nerfs. Really interesting. Streamer 7 went up. Streamer Ascension bonus went up. Okay. Did I choose Scuttle Puddle on accident? Oh my god, I did not want this. Robo Arm should be nerfed, yep. Adaptive Omnium nerfed. Unstable Camp, yep. Exoskeleton nerfed, yep. Okay. Interesting. Ashes the Last Whisper Thunderbot, yep. Oh, they're trying to make Ash a carry? Wait, really? That's interesting. Scarra buff, yeah, that's good. Isle Duran buff. This is really good. The damage reduction buff is insane. Demon Flare now has higher transform help at 3. Sway has lower starting mana. Okay. Garrett should be easier to play him before he's 3 stars, even if you're not ruling. Okay, that's nice. So Garen got buffed early. That's really nice. Okay, Callista got more rend. Really, more. She's pretty good. Vel'Koz got more damage. Without follow the initial target. Target dies. They'll travel to the location. Okay. They buff. Wow, they buffed a lot of units here. These items are terrible. Shen is really tanky, but not great outside of that. Okay. Oh, man. Oh, man.
The world may fall to darkness, but Noxus will remain.
Trap divisions apply to you? I think so. Oh wait, so Samira got Giga nerfed, right? Yep. AD reduction, armor reduction got halved. Did not reduce. Jesus Christ. Okay. Aphelios got buffed. Yep. Lux now turns faster. This is the biggest buff. That's huge. Okay. This guy has the nuts opener. What the fuck? Wait, this guy has Samira, 2, Swain, Noxus, Warwick. Okay, man. I didn't want to win. Winning's for losers. Negative armor, yep. Aatrox World Ender. He got decreased health. Now immune to damage when in the target build. That's gonna be so good. The mana reave got decreased. I do think it was really strong. SS wave damage got decreased at 1/2 by a little bit. Velvet Royal Maelstrom. Oh, I beat this guy. Okay. Heimerdinger repair now 5-7 seconds. Stacking multiple copies now grants the eternal armor and more. Interesting. Ionian rise mana buff. God, it's hard. I don't. The fact that they have to do double things on rise. Ascension buffs. Endless Horde's gold decrease. Wow. Dueling Gunners buffed. Yep, I can see that. In other words, or Horde's only a 4/2, which gives 9 gold. Endless Horde's plus. Wow, he doesn't put it in because he wins this. Huh, smart. Oh, perfect replication gets a huge buff. Oh my god. I was taking that last patch. I'm the idiot. You should take the BF here. Return on investment rolls went down. Pace to learn. The Shimmering Adventures, no one really ever took. They lowered Shurima's Legacy. I heard the Sun Disc was really good. Now it cleanses wounds, debuffs. Interesting.
Samira, try not to slow me down.
Too many Shimmer items that overperform. Yep, 2/1 Shimmer is OP. See, they're pretty much everything. Got it. Is that the only augment changes? I am 50 gold, 2.5, by the way. I am so rich.
Watch this.
Let's start the show.
Healthy too, yeah, and attractive. I know, it's just the whole package, man. And humble, yeah. That's the worst unit in the game now. She's pretty good. He buffed her last patch. I still killed a unit. Wow. You pre-level this always. 77 is really not that bad. I'm still down to play Zeri, but my items are really bad for it. Like, I am much better to approach other stuff, but who knows, man. The Emerald Ring will come out TFT. I don't really know, and for me, it's not really important. I don't know. TFT is different because I feel like, actually, I don't know. I would never be able to make any comments about TFT needing Emerald without knowing rank data. How much are you missing the Japanese feed already? I mean, a lot, but what can I do about it, you know? It's like, it's nice to be fond of it. What the heck?
Always rises to the top.
Okay, if I put this unit in and give him Rage Blade, it is unlikely.
The place was so damn quiet before I came along.
I mean, this looks like an Ionian game, actually. Like, no joke. Like, if I hit this guy at level 4, I could probably kill 1 or 2 units here. No problem, because I have a Samira. Like, is Samira better with this item or not? I really don't know. And I think that is a crazy statement to make. Like, there could be a good... She did 1.7. There could be a good chance I should have just itemized Samira. And that is fucking insane, by the way.
No, just that.
He's 100% better. I hate it. Yeah. I don't have. Problem is, I have no. Shit. My problem here is.
Let's start the show.
Oh, I don't know. I took the best combat augment, and I'm gonna play some Freljord variants, and it's really solid, really good, all that jazz. But I don't know what to do. Like, it's very possible that Sunfire Vow is better than Bramble ever could be. I think Bramble's only good if you have like perfect items, and like I don't think you ever go for those items, right? Fast 9? Fuck no. This is a level 7 roll down for sure. Probably not that good because no one runs crits. It's just that the value of health is a lot better. Inner redemption kind of means it's. The thing is, like, look at your items. It's more likely that you slam both of these and then play the other two, right? Like, there's no chance you play the other two.
Piltover's finest.
Yeah, I think I'm just slam it. I should slam the last round, man. Because I have to go for an item on this player anyways. Seiji usually level 7 roll down, 3-5. But I have enough gold to where I can go level 8 this game. Assuming I don't bleed out too much, which is why I should slam my items. It's kind of important. Damn. Like, look at all the, like, I want to go 9 so bad, but I would have to wait till 4-2 to see if I get level up. Prismatic odds are probably like less than 20%. It's not great. Azir did 200 more damage to Samira. Stop. Don't just lie to me. Just tell me he did like 6k that round. And the opponent just had a cracked board. I can't sell Azir because technically I think it's better. But like to have the... I could probably just replace with Teemo and put it on Samira, man. You're right. I'm just going to sell this fucking unit. I think Frontline is just better. Which is really... I don't know. That's so sad,
Keep
man.
your enemies close and me closer.
I'm so sad about that. Oh, he's not rolling down. Oh, interesting. Okay. He's at Gunner Spat. He's got Piltover. I mean, Gunner's pretty good if you're playing Piltover. Well, he cashed. I'm weak as hell. Oh, he cashed. Oh, man. He is sad. He cashed here at 12? Wait, he's not going to be able to win out. That is a very bad cash for him. And a very good cash for me, baby.
Demacia must lead by example.
It's Robo. Okay, we won the game. Last game, I had the worst combination of items possible. But this time, I have Robo. God, it's like night and day. It's literally just straight night and day. Guys, Senna, Bastion Spats. Eight loss, but it's really not that bad. I've killed like 3 units every round. I'm 34.
Victory awaits.
$100 gold. Oh, the problem is I need to wait one more round, but it's really scary.
One blade.
What
One
the
purpose.
fuck did I just hit?
I'll give you the easy way out.
Huh, hit Samir too. Or, so too. I still think it was on, right?
Future.
Probably always this. Ooh, actually this is... Nah, it's always this. The spat made everything very weird for me. This guy's items? Hello? Bro, how is anyone supposed to live this? Oh, okay, just give me level up. Level up, I go 9 here, I win the game. Your favorite beer? Nope, I don't really like beer. Nope, not level up, okay.
Dawn is the future. Demacia, now and forever.
I will restore Freljord's greatness.
Demacia, now and forever. From the shadows, target one.
I had no Zeries. No Zeries, no Urgots. Play Ione and Yasuo, bro. I don't think he understands. It, without, it's not good. If I play the Ionian pivot, I'm not gonna have a good time. Please stop. Please stop taunting me with this bullshit, man.
will be peace in the Freljord. I will forge it.
So Echo, I mean, yeah, I'm never playing fucking Echo, man. Just trust, okay? I know what I'm doing. I'm pretty sure this is the better option. And it's still fine to have Yasuo and the other one. It's not a big deal. I'll just hold them onto them for a little bit. I don't think I'm ever playing this. Wait, where is Robo? Oh, fuck, it's still on this. Whoops. It's J44. If you hit a J42, you play a J42. I still work with spells. Depends if they're on hit effects or not. And depends if it's Omnivamp. I think everything's Omnivamp now, so I guess it all works. I think this is actually dead.
Is where all paths
Done a great job, but I need you out.
For the Freljord!
There's so many Lux players in this lobby. I'm kind of spooked, man. Is healing orbs really good? I don't think I've taken healing orbs more than like a hand, maybe like 2 or 3 times. Oh, I need to get Robo off. I'm so sorry. It looks pretty good.
I will rule the Freljord.
Oh, I mean, I don't really need Ashe from this position anymore. Maybe this then. I have none of my carries up. Oh fuck! I always forgot. Scion same side of this. It's probably fine for here though. You really forward? Nah. That's why I take it off. But you still kind of want Sedge. The 2 Sedge is just a great unit. Yeah, sorry. Now that I have Robo, I actually do damage. Fine. I'm literally rolling every round to try to get out of this bullshit. You open sell this here, right? For sure. Because you're hitting everything next round. If you don't hit everything next round, you blame Mort. I'm also kind of down to sell these. I don't think I can fit in Aatrox. You're only playing 2 Zon this game because you hit the Robo. The second Zon is at best going to be Exo or something. For this, whatever, super average. Actually have a dead fucking span, man. Sure.
Charge blindly into a
There is no fucking way I'm okay with this.
It's up to me.
Is that over to Jinx? Oh, it was sent over to Jinx. Shit, you're right. Oh, I'm trolled. No, you're right. Top end wise, you're 100% right. This Jinx is useless for me.
I won't be denied.
Sorry, I should always be this. I fucked up so bad positioning wise. You want this on the outside, especially because it's tanky, because it'll go here and you won't ever play carry to carry on this side unless something stupid happens. I don't know if second silent over Jinx is better. It might be. I think it's very close. I don't even mind this getting DFG'd, right? It still gets the CC done, and it still reses with so much life, you know? Might be dead here. She ate this. There's no way, man. Oh, I misplayed. I could have won out this game, I think. Well, winning out is kind of difficult. Go play some ads. Yasuo pivot was easier. You think Yasuo is easier? Playing Yasuo is easier in that lobby? I think that lobby I die faster with Yasuo, 100%. I think you highly overrate Yasuo. Yasuo is like a level 7 comp where you want to spike really hard. But like, I don't have GA, so I'm forced to play what IE Hodge Yasuo BT Yasuo. That's it's okay, I guess. Try you for armor shred because you don't have any. Yeah, I definitely don't have a Heimerdinger. I think the Yasuo pivot was easier and worse. Like you would just lose 100%. Best you're getting is like 7th, 6th place. I just think not hitting my units on Zeri kind of sucked. Yeah, it kind of sucked a lot. Guardbreaker, nope. I think my items were fine. I could have slammed them around earlier. It's more like my items don't work out well if I slam them the other way. When Gary went 7th, you went 2 Juggernaut spots, you get pumping up. You need pumping up. You need combat augments. You need 1 Juggernaut spat and then combat augments. The more that you have than 1 is fine, but the biggest problem is like pumping up allows your top end to be so good. Because every legendary unit you put in is like 50% stronger. I think when you're playing, the biggest problem with these losses, so I went 8th, right, playing Zeri, but it's because I'm trying to play non-transfusion Zeri on a loss streak. It's really rough. Because usually when I play transfusion, it's really easy. I don't have to build frontline items, and I can just win with backline items and transfusion. But, bleh. Without transfusion, because I got silver, I've been going 8th. Like, it just doesn't work 20% of the games, and I should probably not do that. Is it the meta? You just go top tier champs late game? I mean, it's always been the meta. Nothing's ever changed. Why are there more people forcing Samira blue buff? Because they probably don't have 2 blues. Also, you should definitely not open on this. Fuck. Opening here is so bad on Aaron Mount. I hate Aaron Mount because it gives you too many items. It means everyone gets BIS and you have to play really carefully.
I have but one life to give for Ionia. I must make it count.
Guy pings 2 Akshan. He should be pinging the fucking 2-star Samira, man. These guys don't even know. Blue Samira into fast 9. You can't really fast 9 with it. You could try. I'm probably gonna have to play. I probably have to play an actual board this game and not a fake board. Yeah, Noxus, yeah, I know. It's not buying anything if, in case units drop.
The world may fall to darkness, but Noxus will remain.
I love a warrior with heart, never a stale moment.
Cut above fast 9. I'm down to give it a shot. What the fuck? I tried to get blue buff. I literally did not find it. What the fuck do I even say, man? No bows, no tears.
Always rises to the top.
Ionia. The place was so damn quiet before I came along.
Noxus will rise.
Wow. I fucking lose. Everyone has such good boards, man. You have 5 different components from 4 animals. Oh yeah. Nice. I really need Samira too.
Ionia. The place was so damn quiet before I.
Wow, because I've had Maokai 2, Poppy 2, I fucking failed it. If I hit first place, I lose. And I think I don't need to be level 5 to beat the other players, so I'm not leveling here. Okay. So if I actually do blue buff here, by the way, it ends up being terrible, right? Because I have to fast 9. Like I could maybe do. Oh wow, 300 streakers. I got off early. I mean, I could try it. I was willing to give it a shot and see if it's probably gonna carry me to stage 4, and I'm gonna have to just do something else. But I can just play like flex legendaries from 4. You go blue buff Gwen. Gwen.
I have but one life to give for Ionia. I must make it count.
These two guys have Samira too. Wow, I wonder why all 2 top players have Samira too, huh? My fucking god.
There will be peace in the frail.
Went 8 with Cruel Pack? Yeah, you shouldn't go 8. You just reroll 3 costs. Samira is really good. Multicasters or Samira or Karma, probably. I don't know what to even play from this position. The biggest problem is I could probably play Yasuo from this position. Oh shit, I have... Okay, sorry. Today's not going to be a long stream. I have dinner tonight. I have dinner plans. I'm going out and drinking. Sorry, eating. I'm making K-barbecue tonight. And you know when people are in... Dude, K-barbecue is so lit. Why are you bragging? I have dinner every night. True. With who? Where's my invite? What the fuck? Toast, bro. Where'd you come from, man? New draw? No, dude. Toast doesn't like leaving the house. Don't even listen to him. Like, if I invited him, he wouldn't even be there, man. He would go there and just eat by himself. Don't trust this guy.
Witness true strength.
It's not guaranteed. Oh, we won. We actually fucking won. It's okay. It's over. Is the man not knowing to anyone else? Nah, you're the only one.
The world may fall to darkness, but Noxus
It's just you, man.
will remain.
The roll that begin. I'm pretty sure I'm not going fast 9, but we'll see. Is Samira buffed? Yeah. Don't worry. Next game, no, tomorrow, Samira is actually getting owned. Oh my god. Okay, yeah, it's a fast 9.
This land was made for me, and me alone.
Shit, I don't even know what to build here. I probably look to itemize Belveth, Ari. The fuck holds my Deathblade? Belveth, I guess. So I want RFC, GA probably. Hey, Baller's game with me? Wait, do you have a group? I'm down. I am no joke. The game is very fucking good. Very fucking good. So fucking good. I have no idea what I'm getting myself into. Okay. I have a main group with Toast Lily, and it's just a good game. That's it. I don't know how else to say. It's fucking good. We have a group together. Scarra making all these plans. Dude, Toast, it's not what it looks like, okay? Tell Toast it's not what it looks like, guys. What the fuck? It's literally nothing like what it looks like.
Ionia. Place was so damn quiet.
It is what it looked like. I take it. All you need, like, don't look online for anything. Even if you do, it's like there's just so many things you can do in the game. It feels like it's just one of the best games I've ever played. Like, just straight up. It is really good. Whether you're playing on stream, off stream, fucking whatever you want to do, man. I have another group tomorrow, actually. I'm playing with Hanfumi. I have a group tomorrow. So I'm technically already ditching Toast. And he doesn't really know. But now he knows. Roll to deceive Toast. Bro, it's not a deceiving thing. You can play, everyone I know who's playing Baldur's Gate 3 already plays it by themselves with another person, their fucking friends, their fucking dog. They have like 7 campaigns running. They're not getting enough sleep every night. Like, it's not me, man. It's everyone. Roll persuasion. Huh? Oh shit, I did. It's a 20. Wow. Oh shit, I lost all my inspiration rolls because someone in my party decided to spend all of them on trying to pick a lock. Too bad I have none of those left. I honestly feel like I cheated this game. Like, I don't know how else to say it. I definitely cheated. Like, look at my position. I'm 76 life with level up. This is so illegal. Like, so illegal, man. Yeah, any ideas for new classes? I'll figure it out. My cat can get a first from here? Bro, you could even get a first from here, okay? The amount of technical skill that is required to get a first from here, unfathomable. I'm going to show you a comp you've never seen before. Was that a Nasus 2? That is a Nasus 2. With a Hodge on it. It's crazy that I was able to hit a 5-star 2 cost so early in the game. How wild. Oh my god, what are these items?
Killing you will be one of my finest works.
I go TG here? I mean, alternatively, I can just go Ari item. Just gotta bring it over. I don't need it. Look at my. I have so. I've never seen this before in my life. I didn't even know this was a thing. We have literally never seen that argument in my life.
But Targon isn't.
So damage chart? Oh, don't worry. It's perfectly balanced actually. Do I have yeah, you just go TG here. So your Ari items are gonna be blue buff Gunblade. Your items on your Belveth are going to be these two with Deathblade. And then you'll have TG, or you'll be able to play an Ari item from here. It's like Guardbreaker, JG, all good. TG is probably better. Alright, so 4-5, yeah, probably. I don't think I can wait longer in 4-5. 4-5 seems a little rough. Am I the only level up player? Oh, I am. Hell yeah. 9 first, baby. I mean, I can maybe go 10. No, I'm not going 10. No, I'm not going 10. This gets so sell. Everything but these two are gone, and then I remake my comp. I'm gonna just sell this in advance because there's no way I'm making the comp with these units. Probably sell this in advance. There is a chance I play Yasuo too for a little bit, in case. But it's alright. JG here would be not bad as well. This guy went reroll with Jeweled Lotus. Oh wow. Is this Robo? Yeah, it's Robo. You already know people only reroll with Robo, man. Really sick here. Oh, he went escort quest. Oh, he's rich. He re-rolled with escort quest. That's really smart. I like the escort quest into the re-roll that he ended up doing here. I really want this. And I am okay with this. Use the 80 items as Belveth. Ooh. 1 out of 3. I can make JG. JGR is kind of ass with Gunblade. I will probably just wait. Maybe 4-7. I was thinking about maybe doing a 5-4-1. It seems possible, if that makes sense. But I don't know. Do you think it's possible? When you hear, be careful, man. Oh, I mean, I'm already 9 here. Shit. Okay. I mean, I'm just in the slow roll then, I guess. How's Belvet? I mean, I'm putting DB on her because no one else is putting DB on this comp, right?
To charge blindly into a storm of souls?
Is this one good? This looks okay. Can level 10? I can, but I feel like it'd be such a grief. Alright, no, I'm saying 9. I mean, it's not even that bad. 32? I've been 32 at 3-6 before. I'm honestly okay.
I sound rude because I've got a world to save.
My Runeterra will be beautiful.
One can only hold all their power for so long.
Oh, this is not what I wanted. I was hoping if this was an RE2, I'd be in a great spot, but it is not an RE2.
You should have left home years ago.
The void ground oil.
For great science!
Where's my blue buff? Oh my god, I fucked up. Oh, I did not fuck up actually. What the fuck am I saying? I'm definitely just teaching something. Do I play Nasus 2 here?
I bring death.
As Ionia so must I.
We're never putting this in.
Any volunteers to charge blindly into a storm of souls?
Rise Black 4K? Is that good? Feels kind of whatever. I feel like I need to go RE2 before I can really, like, I'm gonna die. Oh, yikes. This is gonna hurt. Where did my team go, man? Yeah, I need to roll. Bastion's on. I'll just take the Artie here. Literally, look at the damage that Jarvan did last round. 9,000 on that explode. Of course, man.
Demacia, now and forever. Now I am the world ender.
Okay, I feel like now it's okay. Sante over Nasus? I mean, it's more just like, I probably just put in, Arcade Chichel's shitty item, it's fine. You have 0 Sork. It's probably one of her better items actually. Grand Terraca 10, I'm pretty sure. I think 10-6-1. Yeah, no, but I might be dead is the problem. Like, this guy's board looks kind of good. So I'm a little scared. Let's go. So it doesn't even count as me playing him.
Felt good to let loose.
Can I do that 6-1? I feel like that's too. The biggest problem is I think I just need to put in Sedge. Fuck, is the extra 100 health even useful? It's probably Sedge for a little bit, and then I put in another Scion. I think I just do more frontline. 2 Scions is pretty good. Garen pivot, imagine. I think I get enough gold for it here. 37. Do I need frontline? I feel like I don't need frontline. Call me crazy. I'm pretty sure it's this. This guy, this comp is so annoying. I think it's fine. I positioned to where there's no way I can get my Ari killed here. So I can hopefully beat this guy. But who knows, man. Like, my board is worth infinitely more than his. But for some reason, there's like a chance I just lose. Oh, I lost. And that's why that comp is getting nerfed next patch. Yeah, so it doesn't really matter. I do think that I probably should just play Karma though. We'll play some ads. I thought that Rise would be better, but it looks like that Rise is kind of useless. I don't know. It's kind of weird. No Stork. You really think Stork gives him like matters at all? The fact that people bring up Stork as a thing is like, who the fuck cares, man? Black Knight 412, welcome back for 52 months. Yeah, I think the Rise is just bad. I think Karma was better than Rise, which is like super depressing that that's the case. I could have played the Karma 1 there and it was better for my comp. That is like ridiculous. I don't know. I think it's like illegal that I could have that be the case, but I think that Rise just sucks. If I had a different Rise, I'd probably do way better that game.
The last blessings of the island.
No, last game should have been top 2 for sure. Just I don't know, man. I literally lost only to one guy, and he did 22 damage, and I'm dead. I counterplayed the bomb correctly. I just grouped up in the middle, so my side units survived. But Rise just sucks, and I didn't realize. Rise just fucking ass, man. My bad. Had I known or was more familiar with that, I would. Or prismatic York Screwguard. What a weird one. 3 pairs? Do I sack this round or not? For transfusion. Kinda looks like 10 gold angle. It's weird because I didn't get Samira, so I'm like, if there was 2 Samiras though, I think you always keep.
Keep your
2 item opener? I did not know.
and me closer.
Fusion in Shadow Isles. The Rise just reses units. Oh man. Oh. Do I really want to bleed out? I have 2-star Viego here, but does he do anything? I think I just sell. Paris bench to move? Hell no. It sucks ass. If you high roll, bench feels good, but from this position, bench is definitely not the move. If you're gonna lose streak and you're gonna bounce back, you're gonna want to play around like somewhere spiking around late stage 3, right? Around 3-5. Oh, this is my last game for sure. I have to go after this. Me looking at the time and being like, nah, I'm good, right? Let me go see how long it takes for me to get there. Yeah, I'm good. Robo? Okay. Wow, I won. Wow, I won. Yeah, you at 9, it takes 3 hours to get ready? Bro. Yeah, you think I need that long to get ready?
Okay.
Actually. Oh, this guy got blue buff. You hear about the fact that the aliens abducting Peruvians turned out to be illegal miners on jetpacks. That is really funny, if that's real. This is a bow diff. Fuck. I should put bow on her. Is this better? This looks better. If you're gonna play for bot 4, yeah. That's cause they know. I have no joke, 8th plate. I only have bot 4 games I didn't get transfusion on 2-1. No joke. I can't even blame them. Because I have literally gone 2-1. Like I've been 8th both the games I had silver augments. Cause silver's so lame, man.
Try not to slow me down.
No, nothing. Tears, cloaks, and these fucking chain vests. And then 3 spats. Okay, no problem. No problem. I'm gonna play Garen this game. I'm pretty sure. Just for fun. I'm not even kidding. I have Juggernaut spat. I'm down to fucking force Garen from this position. Where I am, do you want the Garen comp? The Last Whisper is really good. Does it work on Nasus? Don't throw my points? No, your points are safe with me. What? You trust me, right? When have I ever led you astray? I'm probably not playing Garen, by the way. There's a Kale player and a Triss player re-rolling. Interesting. How do I have a 2-streak on stage 2 with this board? Hello? What is going on? Sound like a scammer? I sound like a great guy. 1 out of 3 to keep a 3 streak? I'll take those odds. Yes! Yeah, I 3 streaked, man. With this board? No fucking way. Wait. Was I Swain broken? No, we're good. I cat to attract the Cates. I'm good. I was just saying, I think Lane Fort is really good. I almost think it's too good. I don't know what the thing is. The stats are for this. I guess I'll know next patch, right? But it is definitely something I feel like is very, very good. This Garen is kind of tempting. Maybe I hold out the Garen and I'll see what happens. Or is that back at mid set? I don't know. That's Defiance Garen. Isn't that good? I have a Jug Spat, I have Garen. I could technically Death's Defiance. Oh, you dog. Mort gave me 1 item. I have a 2-item opener. I have 3 items. Oh, God. Mort. Mort.
I love Demacia. It's the only place I've been.
Negative keeps streaking? No, there's no way I can streak. Literally, look at the people I'm playing against. I'm not streaking against. Like, I don't even need to look at their boards to know without items I cannot streak. More dogs said, "Get ready for dinner, baby." I got a fucking dog here, man. It's okay. Oh, fuck it. Fuck it. You got me. You fucking got me. I am... I'm playing Garen.
Ionia. The place was so damn quiet before I came along.
All right, so let me tell you the comps that beat Garen. The main comps that beat Garen. Oh, I should level here. Whoops. Are compositions. Whoops. Compositions which have single target damage. Stuff like Samira, stuff like Kale, Tristana are all comps you do not want to play against. Shoplifting is terrible. Shoplifting is only good if you're... Oh, sorry. I don't think it's terrible. I think but it's only good if you're going for like fast 7, 8. The value of shoplifting increases the higher level you are. So if I'm re-rolling at 7-ish, it's not looking really great. If I play 2 2s, it's worse than Stars Are Born. Just go Caitlyn and go Stars Are Born. The Endless Hordes, it's my birthday augment. What is it's my birthday augment? You thought you talking about literal shoplifting? What? Guys, I would never tell you guys to actually shoplift, okay? That's fucking crazy. But... No, I'm just kidding. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. We stealing TVs like Soju? Bro, Soju said to steal phones, man. Who's stealing TVs? No one. Definitely this. So I've always wondered how many units 3 costs do you have to play to make threes a crowd viable. My comp inherently has 3 costs. So you get 333 life. I think that's pretty average. That's an okay augment. For gold, 300 life, how does that sound? That sounds okay, right? Anything above 3 sound like just compared to transfusion, which is the best health augment of that tier. 350 is what you get with transfusion, right? I'd say 3 is about good. Yeah, 3 is good. More than 3, it's just ice on the cake. I have to do this and lose them. Get a Cyberbook? Yeah. What 10-3 costs? Well, that's as good as, that's a lot, but you would, like, your comp I don't think would fit, or like would work. Cyberbook is 350. Okay, so it's about Cyberbook. I almost wonder if is there any 3 costs that are super good utility units, like Lysandra. Only if I can get Freljord in somehow. Oh my god! I finally got items.
Ionia. The place was so damn quiet before I came along.
I love Demacia. It's the only place I've been.
You should have left home years ago.
Ah, fuck, it's fine. I will change it later. Oh my god, it's Teemo carry. Wait, this guy's a Chad. I've never seen someone play. Oh, he's dead. He's literally dead in like 2 turns. I want damage. Oh, refresh 22. Oh, this one's not bad.
Victory awaits.
I think I do not play Heimer. And I just play. It's okay. I am actually so close to Garrett 3.
Demacia, now and forever.
Noxus will rise.
Show them the strength of Demacia.
I just need BT. How close am I? I'm not even close, man. If you guys see a Zeri, let me know. I need to get a Zeri to replace my Ari, because Ari is useless here. Aatrox. Is it better for J4? Sure, but I can't really remove them. This is a 1-star. These are fully upgraded Juggernauts, and this converts to Three's Company, so I don't have really an option. Darker today? Nope. What the fuck is this? Oh, someone died. I was so confused. I was like, what am I looking at here? How did I get this?
Is not
Have Nasus for 6.
Dawn's with me every fight. This time's no different.
All right. I like it. I'm in a great spot, I think. When is the Lily Big scheduled stream? When? Do you ever two-star over Galio? Yeah, but like I don't know if 1 star is better. Like you could arguably say it is because I don't know if there's enough health between these 2 items to make it better. Realistically, Galio's kind of tanky. I think it's a bait to roll too hard here. If I was a little antsy and rolled a lot here, I think I just throw my game. G4 over Sona. Sona gives you 111 health for every comp and makes your thing work. Sona is probably the best unit in the comp after whatchamacallit, Garen. Literally the best unit in the comp. Yeah, the Lex player is kind of spooky. How did I... Garen games suck, man. No way, 2 Aries, man.
You should have left home years ago. I've got you.
Victory awaits.
I swear, I can never hit this unit. I just don't know, like, what do I have to do? Like, actually. I'm dead, I think. Sorry, I should have made something here. It's definitely just...
The void has breached this place.
Shurima
Wow.
is not of this time.
2 Sunfires? Zephyr Shroud? I'm kind of down for that, actually. I think that's way better. Probably always Shroud down middle here. Is Zephyr in the worst possible spot? Only if they're on the right side. If it's on the left side, it's in the best possible spot. Which of course, I'm sure, of course, you knew before you typed that statement.
Show them the strength of the mother.
Did it pray? I mean, you can just scout. Scouting is a little bit better than praying. But it actually sucks that there's 2 Lux players in this lobby. That is kind of rough. I'm probably top 4. I mean, I think I'm pretty strong. I am missing some combat logs, which is I'm kind of nervous about. Zeri did 4K. Whew. Good fucking unit, by the way. Oh my god. Well, there's one unit here that is way better than the rest of the units. Zeke's Aatrox. Holy fuck. I'm a little worried about this side. Something like this. Oh, spooky. Robo? I don't think I should have any problem against Noxus unless he's 9 Noxus. He's 9 Noxus. Wait, what the fuck? How did he get to level 9 playing Noxus? Oh yeah, he didn't get any upgrades. But still, wow, I've never seen someone play 9 Noxus before. It's one of those chase traits that is very hard to get. Garen, go spin. I want to be right side. 2 Lux players are in my pool. That's not good. Oh, thank God I fucking Zephyr Deluxe. Oh, we CC Deluxe. Excellent. I might still lose because Lux is like kind of hard counter comp. I'm good. Kill 2. How does RFC interact with Aatrox? Does anyone know? Does it make his thing bigger? Or... half of you said good, half of you said bad. Oh, it auto-picked for me there. Shit. Well, that's a little awkward.
I may be merciful. Targon isn't.
Oh, fuck. I didn't roll for upgrades here. It's fine. Pretty sure I dumpster this, guys. This matchup is... Oh. Yeah, I don't think this matchup's close. It just looked a little spooky at the very beginning. Top 4, easy. Easy. You guys said I wasn't going to be able to do it, and I did it. Okay, whatever.
I will rule the Freljord.
I bring.
Is Valkyrie even a thing here? It's Noxus Rise. Oh man. I just put in a 3-cost unit that's like the best 3-star unit. I lost. Oh, I'm second place. Yeah, you know what? We take those. Wow, the guy went wild with 9 Noxus and he didn't 2-star a unit. He just put Rise and he just, that's it. Or a 3-star unit. That's kind of crazy. I'm surprised. That's a interesting way of playing it. That's cool. All right, guys. I am out. Have a great night. I am gonna go ahead and raid Jamie. She's making wontons. You guys can go ahead and chill with her. Good night, guys. Oh, Night Slayer 1030. Welcome back for 15 months. Thanks for the last sub. You're here for the spin, and I'm out. Good night, guys. I cannot click raid because the prediction result is covering my fucking raid message. Hello? Wow, it resets when that happens? I had no idea. What a weird situation.